Welcoming all the mystics to the village. I hope you are loving your damn self. Welcoming Mystic C. I think we should do a classic together. What do you think? I hope you like the stinger transition that I've managed to perfect. I believe. The best that I can. Y'all ready for a classic? We are the guardians of planet Earth, protectors of the water, land, and above. We are the angels of planet Earth. Be the change and meditate, spreading love. This is the kingdom of planet Earth. This is our kingdom, our Mother Earth. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Welcoming everybody. We're going to play ads to prevent future ads for rolling right now. So we're about to get into the red pill part of the stream. Looks like Cosmorpheus is here to stay. How's everybody feeling today, my brothers and sisters? If you don't know, the BioHut also helps Cosmic live stream out at the park, but they will be going on the road and I will be taking over that part continuously. And mic check 1 2 3, mic testing 1 2 3, mic test 1 2. Yes, you must do your part. You have a plan, you must execute. If you have a plan and you don't execute, then you may be missing out on your dreams. You have to follow your dreams. You have to follow your dreams. Also, we gotta give a shout out to Mystic Ultrally Thematic, who has been doing amazing work. I've been looking at the Discord a bit. Looks like we're taking care of each other quite well in our community. I'm proud of this community. And I'm proud that we're all doing our part, because I can't do everything. That's the damn truth, okay? I try. I mean, do I try to do everything? Is that even possible? Do you love your damn self? Let's see. Mystic Booty Paper says, relaxing, waiting for the UFC fights. UFC fights. What is the Matrix? The cosmos told me sometimes we don't have shit to talk about in here because we get repetitive and people don't want to open up. The cosmos told me to go to the Discord, to go to the Reddit section, and sometimes go in there and look what kind of questions people are asking about spirituality. Look at spirituality and advice section so that we can find something to connect with. So that is our future endeavor, our future journey. We will be going there because sometimes people here are not ready to do the work, and I don't blame them. We can't force the work, but we have to find a way to do the mother effing work. Whatever it takes to help people is what it takes, right? Whatever it takes to help people love their damn self is what it takes. Mystic General Seafood says, good. Got lots of healthy food at the store and clean today. Very productive. Feel very accomplished. Wisdom can be quite repetitive. Like, what is the Matrix? Telling people to meditate. People know meditation is good for them. But the effort to wake up, where do you start? You start anywhere. You start where it's clear. You start at your weakness. Right? When we talk about the Matrix, people don't want to hear that it's their damn life. Right? It's like, what the hell? People don't want to hear that they're in the Matrix. But instead, they would rather believe their life is a simulation. They would rather focus on the Egyptian pyramids, the pyramids around the world, but they don't want to face that they don't know their purpose, their calling. Because smoking weed and watching ancient aliens is easier than learning to forgive the people who don't deserve it in your own ego. You know what I'm saying? It's easier to just smoke weed and watch ancient aliens. I'm not saying it was aliens, but it was aliens. Some of us know so much about the damn aliens, but they don't know shit about themselves. They don't know what makes them happy. Do you know what makes you happy? Do you know what is love? Are you truly happy? Or do you just think that you're happy, but you don't feel it? The reason why I'm back doing this Matrix shit, because people don't want to hear it from everyday people. I completely understand now. People need a character to believe in. They can't just accept that everyday people understand some shit. and so I'm back. Because sometimes the things that you want to do aren't what you need to do. Sometimes you want a girlfriend, but you need to love yourself. Sometimes you think you need to be in the ASMR section, but you just need to do your part, wherever section you're in. I'm always looking at how to be effective at helping people open their minds. Mystic Anand Thug Life says, aliens are only an aspect of our life. I used to believe in that nonsense, aliens from outer space, but it's a big distraction to keep us in a loop. Exactly. That's why Ancient Aliens is a show that's popular. Anything that takes us away from the truth, anything that stops people from finding out what's inside. People who have power understand that knowledge is the true power, and to control is to keep us ignorant in the matrix. The more asleep you are, the more you don't question shit, the more that it's easier to control you. But the times are changing. Welcoming Mystic Natalia. Mystic Keelan says, aren't we all the aliens in reality? Absolutely. Sometimes we're alien to our own heart. We're so distant from our happiness that the happiness in our life is so distant that the love that we feel, we don't even feel, but it's in our heart. But we feel so far from it because we're alien to our own heart. But people don't want to hear this shit. They want to hear about UFOs and seeing Sasquatch and Bigfoot. They want to hear that Mars is a spaceship. They want to hear that Mars is a alien space station. They want to hear that the moon, right? There is a alien base on the moon. But they don't want to face their own shit. Why? Because their life is effing boring and they don't know how to make their life better. People's lives, when you just work all the time, that's pretty boring. And when your life is boring, what do you look for? Entertainment. Think about it's okay to be entertained, but most of us, is it healthy to play video games for over 10 hours? For 10 hours? How many movies do you need to watch on a daily basis? No one wants to ask this shit. You know why? We have been controlled for so long. We have been programmed by television and radio. Because the dumber we are, the more people stay asleep. The dumber we are, the more the people in power, they maintain their power. When people are awake and informed, they begin to be rebellious because they understand what is freedom. When people are intelligent and informed, we start to question things, question life, question reality. But when we're being programmed by anime, pornography, ear licking, video games, Netflix, Hulu Plus, ESPN, alcohol, weed, drugs, Tinder, sex, Instagram, eating out, trying different restaurants, crypto, investments, stocks, new car. But nobody asks where happiness comes from. Because no, it's inconvenient. The truth that will help us wake up is so effing inconvenient, isn't it? Mystic Anand Thug Life says, humans are the only aliens on planet Earth as we are misusing our brothers and sisters. Mystic Anand says the government made up aliens from outer space in order to hide their dirty secrets and their horrendous acts. This has been proving from history time and again, and people believe in it. They think there is another superior species than humans, the only ones who has a brain to think. Entertainment is a big distraction, like anything we do when what does not benefit or develop your brain. Mystic Anand 011 says, I watch at least 3 movies today. Mystic Caesar Salad says, it is the world that has been put over your eyes to blind you from the truth. That is what we call the Matrix. But that world is something outside of you, something that's looking to control you. That is outside. The world is simply our perception. The Matrix only exists because our mind exists. But what's beyond the mind? You have to find out by meditation. Mystic Seafood says, I have some work I need to do. I feel like I'm stuck being in this school. It feels like it is never ending, and I notice I am not doing what I used to do. It's definitely in my head. I'm trying to get out of it. I'm trying to do my best, but I keep getting lost in the army distraction and BS, and it takes me away from who I am and who I need to be. I would love some unfiltered guidance. You signed up for it, didn't you, Mystic C? But that is part of your journey. We already knew. But it was part of your dharma, your lesson this lifetime. You had to see for yourself. Because if you didn't truly walk the path, you may not learn to trust yourself. To wake up, we have to go through some shit. Many people are going through some shit. But some shit is what helps us wake up. Because we have to ask, who's running the government? Who's in control? Who controls the president? When President Brandon speaks, who's writing the script? But I don't just work for the cosmos. Mystic Anand says, the matrix is all around us. We don't see it because we haven't understood it. And the brain is a hard machine to understand, from indoctrinations to illusions and fantasies leading to fairy tale. And never understanding who they are and what they came here to do. Let's be honest. The matrix is just ego control. In every era in humanity, there's always egoic control. The pharaohs, the dictators, the kings, they're looking to control because that's the nature of human existence. Ego wants to control. But love is. The one just is. The one doesn't need to control. But to find the one, we have to break the ego. And to break everything that we have ever learned since we were a baby is some crazy shit. Some people will call you crazy. Some people will judge you. Are you making the right decision to sell your house and buy an RV and shit? Are you making the right decision to teach people meditation? Are you making the right decision? Or you should be a doctor, lawyer. Do you want to live this lifetime on your deathbed saying, I wish I would have went for it this lifetime? I wish I would have explored the consciousness. I wish I would have helped more people. I wish I would have went for it and tried new things more. I wish I would have opened my mind and stopped working for the corporate system and find out my calling. I wished I would have opened my mind. What does the ego say? That's so inconvenient. Let me just watch the Netflix, man. People question life when they go through shit. When their mom and dad die, when they have a near-death experience, some trauma helps us wake up. All of us go through trauma, but many of us just learn to cope but not heal. We don't want to question shit, because if we actually found solutions, we would actually have to change. No, change. But I'm too comfortable in my shitty life. Change. You mean like, but that would be faking it. That's not. Some people are so attached to their shitty personalities and identities. They don't even, like, for them to change freaks them out. Because the ego loves comfort. Mystic Anand says humans are more scared of change than any other creature. I don't know about that. Change requires getting out of our comfort zone. We love comfort. That's what it is. What's the number one leading reason for death? Heart attack. Why? eating too much and not exercising. Why? We're too comfortable. We're too damn comfortable. The leading cause is heart attack. Because we're eating too much McDonald's and shit. We got diabetes. We have complicated issues. Instead of working out, what do? We take a pill to lose weight. What kind of bullshit is that? Instead of getting your ass outside and working out, they farm you from your ignorance. Here, take this pill. It's like, wait, what? It says exercise. Okay. Oh God. Okay, so here's what I found out at the wedding. My friend is a nurse. When they find a dead body and they bring it back to the hospital, they will do a CAT scan on a dead body just to make money from it. I'm like, it doesn't surprise me, but it's like, when you do the red pill research on what's going on with the hospitals and shit, money's going on. Is that surprising? When you find out what's going on with the vaccines and shit, what do you find out? Somebody's just trying to make their mother effing money. When you find out what's going on with the ear licking, somebody's just trying to make their money. It's all just money. How inconvenient. How inconvenient. Now what are we going to do about it? Exactly. Money is being misused by dishonest people. That's why the decentralized system is destabilizing. Right? That's why the decentralized crypto shit. This is just the first generation. As we move forward and make the encryption, it's crumbling. People are learning. Why do you think the mainstream social media is censoring so much nowadays? Because we're waking up. And it can't be stopped, but it can be slowed. It can be slowed. Why do you think they banned Trump from Twitter? The President of America getting banned from Twitter. Welcoming Mystic Original Pope. Mr. Koo says, my uncle died after 8 years battling cancer. They marked it down as COVID death just so they can get more money from it. I don't want to get too political, but we need to get into it a little bit because it's the damn truth. And the wedding was great yesterday. I had a good time. I limit myself to 2 margaritas, and after 2, I said no to the rest, which was delicious. And usually I don't drink, but it's a great time too. When you start to pay attention to the system and what it's doing to our consciousness, you ask, why? Whenever I see shit on the news nowadays, I never just believe it. I question everything too much because we have been lied to too much. We've been lied to way too much. I want to see both sides. I don't want to see one side. I just want to see the truth. And you know how they play with our emotions? They trigger us. They know what triggers our emotions. And they use these emotional tactics to cloud us, our judgment, from us seeing the truth. And then we ask, who is they? The people that wants to keep us ignorant. The people that are greedy, that they're not all is one. What is their agenda? All is mine. All is mine. All is mine, not all is one. But without that side, I would not exist today. Mystic Ananta Life says, imagine you work all your life and the banks just press a number on a computer and give you money. How did they know? How did they know you did honest work and your hard work is that amount of money? People work more than others get less money. People who don't do anything get more money. The system is designed to serve dishonest people, not hard-working ones. This is the big setback in our evolution. When we are not focusing on evolving our minds and following the monopoly money, it becomes a board game for them. That system that you speak of is crumbling because there are people who are gaining wealth and are beginning to share, are beginning to help people free their minds. This is why I have returned to Cosmorpheus phase. And it requires me meditating the whole time on stream, giving people readings, being effective, being useful, and helping people a lot more. I think I'm going to do a card reading for Mystic C. Are you still here? What's going on in the world today? there are people pulling the strings, controlling, but not going with the flow. Instead of going with the flow, they're pulling on our emotions, preying on our ignorance as young as teenagers. The way they program us is since we are teenagers through music, through Hollywood movies, making us fall for desire of companionship and cultures that embraces external love, flaunting the external, dressing to impress. That we have been programmed that having a Tesla means you have power. Having fancy shit means you have status. Wearing a tiara, all this false power is being taught to us at such a young age through rap music, through music of all types, programming us to be codependent on marriage to be happy. But where is the knowledge that teaches us that we are our own savior, that we can activate the masculine and the feminine? We're busy looking for somebody to complete us. The man's looking for the feminine. Some women are looking for the feminine guy. Well, we need to learn to be strong and have faith. But instead of that, they give us Tinder. They give us OkCupid. They give us The Bachelorette. Worshipping, idolizing people, celebrities, false prophets, they call it. Kim Kardashians and Kanye's, worshipping people. And so we buy their shoes, we buy their makeup line. But we don't know who we are. Do you know who you are? You are the one. Do you feel like the one? Whenever Neo meets Morpheus for the first time, Morpheus goes, "My name is Morpheus. Do you know who I am?" And he goes, "It's an honor to meet you." What did Morpheus say? "The honor is mine. The honor is mine." This work Mystic Natalie says, "I am the one." Yeah. Mystic Big Daddy says, "Sometimes I know I'm the one." How can you know that? What does it take for you to realize and feel that you're the one all the time? What does it mean to be the one? Interdependency. You don't need some girl, some guy, somebody to be happy. When you help other people, when you help yourself, when you completely help yourself, then you help other people. Because you realize you are the one, and so is everybody else. But this work, inconvenient. Finding out who you are, inconvenient. Let's just watch Naruto Shippuden or Boruto. Let's just watch some NBA tonight. Let's watch the UFC fight. So fun. We can enjoy this reality. Enjoy it, but know that this will end. Your ego, your mind, your body has an expiration date. So while you're here, be more than collecting shit. When you die, it goes to Goodwill. They have an estate sale when you die. Somebody else will get your shit. Maybe your family wants your shit. They may resell it. When they die, somebody else gets it. Do you live life to get shit that will eventually go away anyways? How inconvenient. What the hell am I supposed to do then? How about buy VR? Spend time playing video games. Invest in some V-Bucks. Play Fortnite. Wisdom, the knowledge that we're talking about in here, is timeless wisdom. They did not have video games back in the days. They had other forms of distractions like smoking, opium. At that time, there were more saloons, brothels. People also lived a lot shorter life. Our ancestors were just surviving, and they were looking for pleasures in different ways. Some of them hunted for fun. Some people had many wives, many children. Some people were in the army, looking for their purpose, their calling. The life expectancy was so short back then. People married at a young age. You had old men marrying 13-year-old girls. That's the norm in the past. Because they were looking for pleasure. And the moral compass of humanity has changed. But the ego remains the same. The ego remains the same. People's loneliness stays the same. That's why they go to the brothel, the prostitution place, the strip club, the bar, the saloon, the gambling, labor workers. the ASMR, the OnlyFans. Oh, it's very popular, OnlyFans. Ooh, the digital brothel. Ooh. And what's the new thing? Fansly. So many distractions to keep us asleep. To be connected to knowledge that help people wake up. Y'all effing good. If you're here listening to this stream and you're interested, your life's already changing. Most people, they don't get this shit. And even though they get to spirituality, it's still spiritual ego. They're following what looks spiritual. They dress spiritual, but it's just another form of ego. But it's leading towards awakening. But remember, knowing about awakening does not mean that you have done the work. Knowing how to meditate does not mean that you actually are in the present moment. Cosmic, is pornography bad? You're asking because your intuition knows. That's some bullshit. But if you ask the mainstream consciousness, it is normal. Because the mainstream, they're spending a lot of time in shit that feeds their desire. We have desires. That's normal. It's a human thing. It's what people who are asleep, right? Because you have to ask yourself, what does pornography, what does that do to us? What's sad too, you can't even say pornography. That word on YouTube is a tabooed word. It's tabooed. I believe the way that they are trapping us is pornography. They prey on our loneliness. The more drained we are, the more we take part in self-pleasure and we shoot out, we don't learn to most people don't realize that sacred fluid can help you open your chakras. Do you think the people on the dark side don't know that? The Agent Smith. That sacred fluid is so powerful. It created you and me. But when we disrespect that energy and we shoot it out with disrespect, it's just blah, you lose all your mojo. That mojo is what gives you focus, confidence, and it makes you attract people like girls or whoever you like. When you learn to respect it, you got the mojo. And if you masturbate a lot, you feel blah. You feel flaccid. But when you learn to respect it, your energy, right? You're full of life because you're not busy shooting. And how do they get us? Since we were teenagers or young boys and girls. Do you think this is by accident? Remember, the New York Times, you had to pay for the New York Times, but pornography is free. in different countries, they ban most pornography. The land of the free, America. So much freedom. So easy to control the people. So easy to manipulate people's consciousness. The news, television, social media. Imagine if a system controls all of these outlets that program our consciousness. But if we start waking up, they censor us. No, don't censor me. Don't censor me. But we have to do our part, my brothers and sisters and siblings. Why am I on here, not begging for your money? This is my part. Why am I on here, back with Cosmorpheus? The world is waking up. When you talk to your grandchildren, but you tell them you didn't do shit, you just live the basic ass life. Or do you tell them an amazing story? What is your legacy? It's easier not to do shit. How inconvenient. How inconvenient it is for me to have a live stream that helps people wake up. How inconvenient it is to red pill humanity. How inconvenient it is to do the unpopular that helps people wake up. How inconvenient. Some people could call this conspiracy theorists. Some people may call us charlatan. Some people call us liars. Stop doing black magic, cosmic. How inconvenient it is to be honest when people are asleep. When you're in a room, when you're in a room and your friends are asleep but they have a nightmare, if you wake them up, they may get mad at you. But if you don't wake them up, their nightmare continues. Would you just let them have a nightmare? Or do you wake them up and are willing to face your work? It's so inconvenient to wake people up. Just let them watch their porn and let them play their Valorant and League of Legends and let them play their Grand Theft Auto and VR. Let them live their life. Don't be a obstacle in their life. Don't get up, stand up. Stand up for your right. Mystic Anand Thug Life says, pornography used to not be an issue in the past, but with the internet, it has taken a new level. You can get anything You can get anything, and this is the reason most are addicted to it. Back then, we did not need pornography. We had will within us. Now people are losing their own will over pornography. That's why we have to do our part. If we see an issue, we help people gain their will. Mystic Original Pope says, truth stopped feeding the breast, and my respect for intimacy and happiness has grown. Stop feeding the beast, excuse me. Stop feeding the beast, and my respect for intimacy and happiness has grown. Mystic Anand says, Pono has always been a weapon to demoralize a nation. They created the internet to control, just like every other form of media. But love always triumphs at the end of the day. Nobody's watching TV that much. Just the old school people. The new school are watching creators. So they're watching musical artists. So how do they influence the young people? Marketing the influencers, using the influencers to manipulate how young people think. Remember that festival by, what's his name? Astro World? People dying at concerts. Your children dying at concerts. This is a normal thing that they have been hiding. You know why? Money and power. But love will always triumph if we all stand up for it. But it's so inconvenient to stand up for something. It's easier to just, hi, welcome to Cosmic Unwind. Hey, how are you doing today? Mystic Anantag Live says, the internet is being controlled now. You can get so many fact-checking to discredit anyone else. Exactly, Mystic Anantag Live. This is what people want. They want to be entertained, but they don't want to hear the real truth. They want somebody to, oh yeah, okay. Snaps in the tide flip, right? They want that culture. They want the hype. They want engagement. Because the truth is like a ninja. It's silent, but is deadly to the ego. The truth, the real wisdom, sneaks in. That's why we have changed. You see, everything's changed. Everything that we're doing with this stream wants to change. Because somebody has to do the work, and the cosmos tell me, do your work. Speak the truth. Be good at speaking the truth. Help others open up so that they can speak the truth. The internet is being controlled now. You get so many fact-checking. In 2016, the internet was free. You could say anything, upload anything. You say on YouTube, etc. Now you upload your truth and you get banned for the reason it's always the same hate speech. Because many people don't know how to snake, right? You have to find a way to go through the cracks. When you pave the dirt, when you pave the concrete, what always grows? A damn plant always finds its way to grow in the cracks. Mother Earth always wins. Love always wins. And so, that's what I'm doing. Taking the long route. Because the lazy people will start when they see the little plant growing in the cracks. They may question, do I want to live a life like a solid concrete? Do I want to live a rigid, rough life? Or do I want to connect to the organicness of life? Sometimes for us to see nature, life has to beat us down till our neck is looking at the ground. For us to see, why are the ants? They're just living their life in harmony, in the flow. But how come human beings are different? But luckily, no matter how hard life gets, people always find their flow. Some homeless people choose to be homeless. Some homeless people find a home. Some don't. We all have our duty, our calling. We do our part wherever we're inspired, right? Whatever we're inspired by, we do our part. The power is in your hands, but we're blinded by our own ego. Sometimes for us to find our power, we go into hell consciousness. For me to wake up, I had to do a lot of drugs and have a near-death experience. Some of us had to go through abuse. Some of us become homeless. Some of us fall into this darkness, but the power is always in our hands because we are all the one, but we don't believe in it. Why? Our closed-mindedness. Our emotions get in the way of seeing our reality. We get manipulated by the programming, by the matrix, telling us how to feel. You should be a victim of your skin color. You should be a victim of your social status. You should be a victim because you are a boy. You should be a victim because you don't have money. You should be a victim because you're this religion and that religion, to trigger our emotions. But when we realize we can choose how to react, that we can choose to react with pain and suffering, or choose to be hopeful and love, choose the emotion that is optimistic and positive, or we can choose being a victim and get our feelings hurt and change what's on the outside. We change our job, our relationship, we change our identity, but the one thing that we don't change is what's within, because we don't see we have the power to change. So when we don't see that we have the power to change, we become a victim of our own mind, our identity. We have a disbalance, an imbalance in our consciousness. The masculine, many guys and girls and people, we're so insecure about love because we have no idea what love is. Guys are so insecure about love that they're dying for a cute girl. And many girls are insecure with love. They're dying for a cute guy, but they don't learn to love their damn self. They don't see that the power is within. They don't see with love. Their eye is still closed. We're waiting for the Savior when we are our own Savior. And sometimes to figure that out, we have to get burned. We have to learn to be the yin to our yang and the yang to our yin or the yang. How inconvenient it is to just open our mind. The ego says, it can't just be that simple. Shit, if it was that simple, I would be happy. So the ego makes up another reason to justify not changing. You see the bullshit we do to ourselves? It can't be that simple, right? Right? The divine masculine and feminine. The issue, so many people are comfortable with the divine feminine, but we don't learn how to be a healthy and strong energetically, which means that when it comes time to have boundaries, we have it. When it comes time to say no, we say no. When it comes time to say, I love you, but you need to hear this because this might be uncomfortable, but I love you enough to let you know this uncomfortable shit. So most people, we're too nice to people. We have the divine feminine. That when people are toxic to themselves, we don't say it because why? We don't want to hurt their effing feelings. Bullshit. You already know. Mystic Meek says, I've had love and it doesn't stay forever. That was my mistake. You are responsible, my friend. I learned loving myself is more important. Mystic Didicus says, do you think anything happens for a reason? 1,000,000%. Anything bad in life? Is there a reason why we have to experience that? Absolutely. Every cause, every action has a reaction. Right? That's science right there. But spirituality has always known this shit. Science is just catching up. That's why I stopped dealing with scientific shit, because they're way behind. Right? Way behind. They just call it quantum physics, which means we don't know shit. Our egos don't know shit. But to admit we don't know shit, it makes people's college degrees and doctorate look like nothing. But it does mean shit in helping you get by in humanity. But when it comes to life and things beyond humanness, the college degrees, your smart mind don't mean shit. Because at the end of the day, we know nothing compared to the infinite potential and possibilities of the universe. How inconvenient. Einstein knew that he didn't know shit. Einstein knew that. All the greats knew that they didn't know shit. But the thing that but we put them on a pedestal instead of learn from them. The Buddha taught us we don't know shit. Right? Emptiness. But when we learn to empty our big ego, something opens. We don't know what opens, but something. I don't know what it is. And the mind goes, what? Every time you question what opens, you limit it. When you try to know too much, you limit it. The moment you say, I know, you say, you know this little dot. But when you say, I know, but I also believe that there's more than what I know, it humbles you. It helps expand your mind more. Which really means you don't really know. But you do. It's called paradox. People who are so into being in their heads hate paradoxes because it doesn't make sense. It's like an answer that doesn't really. It's like a question that's answered by another question and another question, until you realize to stop asking question, because the answer simply just is. Welcoming Mr. Kuba Slayer. I hope you're enjoying the talk tonight so far. I'm gonna go to the Reddit. Reddit spiritual questions. Hey, thank you, Mystic Piracy TV, Mystic Jared, for 1 year. Damn, okay. Let's see here. I remember a dream. Somebody on the Reddit spirituality I'm looking at. Could spiritual groups be doing more damage than good? They say. Could spiritual groups be doing more damage than good? This person asks. I ask another provocative question. As I continue to be involved in communities like this, I find a reoccurring toxic pattern. Now, first, let me preface, groups like these offer great opportunities for people to deepen their journey. However, I realize that groups like these tend to have some people who bypass real issues with spiritual perspectives. These questions are honestly more reflective because I'm worried that people think they are helping when they may not. This will jab at many. I'm sorry, I do not care if I hurt your feelings. This is from an honest place. We want to be happy and free from pain. This is the main motivation from most who journey the path of liberation, yet I find the irony in those who claim they grasp transcendentality seem to be in delusion. So let me ask the question in a different way. When someone reports their pain in a post about their issues, not every response must be advice, and that is fine. But for those who want to help or express emotion, why don't we nurture the person's pain? Why don't we explore together why we are stuck? Why do some use transcendence as this overly positive approach? If using transcendentality is a common advice I tend to see, for how many does this work? With every issue we have, it is resistance that causes our issue. Resolving resistance is always tricky because they tend to be mixed, requiring universal approach rather than relying on your alien dragon spirit guide to eat the entities that are stopping you from being who you truly are. Apparently, this person has never been in a mystic mother effing village, okay? So, could spiritual groups be doing more damage than good? What is your perception on spiritual groups, my brothers, sisters, and siblings? Have you been in different spiritual groups? Thank you for the recent follow from Mystic Marco. Welcoming Mystic Southern Magic, nice to see you. Might sign up for the Alien Dragon Entity Village. Hey, where can I sign up? Oh wait, I think there is something like that. But do you know why I'm here? Because of the shit that we just read. All the spiritual bypassing, the positive vibes only, We're doing great today. We're changing to the more cosmatrix vibe today. There's a lot of spiritual bullshit out there. Nobody calls it out because why? It's inconvenient to deal with these people. These people will blame you instead of doing good work. Fine, I get blamed quite a bit. Even the oracle in the Matrix is not safe, even though she knows everything. Mystic Southern Magic says, I love it. I do in fact believe in the matrix in our society. Absolutely. Took me a while to wake up, but once I did, mind is blown. When we understand the concept of the matrix, which is simply all the layers of ego that limits us and disconnects us from ourselves, all the programming that tells you what to think and how to feel, instead of you just allowing yourself to feel free now. But it can't be that simple, right? And even when people wake up, they think, I have woken up, I'm done with the work, I have loved my damn self, the end. I have reached enlightenment, my duty is complete. I'm done, I'm already enlightened, the end. How come nothing's happening? I'm the one. I am the one. Something happened. I found out I'm the one. Notice me. Okay. Maybe I'll change my name to Cosmic. Then maybe other people will see I'm the one. Maybe they worship. When people who don't do good work, they will look for people to validate them that they're the one. But when you wake up, you help others wake up. That's the work. That's the work. We are all the one. What's the point of waking up and just the end? Everyone who has ever woken up help other people. That's why they woke up in the first place, because they realize, what's the point of happiness if you're just happy and your friends are miserable? But when you wake up and you become big ego and you use that to get money and there's so much spiritual money making, which is just using the image of spirituality as a vehicle and charging $111 for a workshop. I respect that because at least they're trying. But nobody's saying shit about wisdom that the Buddhas and Jesus taught. They did not charge. They didn't charge. They just unconditionally help people. This message isn't popular, especially on Twitch. A lot of people make some money from card readings on Twitch. And it's what people don't want to hear in the tarot community. I'm not here to bullshit anybody. I'm just here to express what my masters and teachers have taught me. Do we remember Jesus for charging money for a healing? Or the Buddha charging money or asking for an offering for wisdom? But yet we do the same. Mystic C says, have a good night. Me and Biohut just had a great healing VC in Discord for almost an hour, so I guess any of the mystics that need guidance or further work. The Discord is an amazing recourse to improve yourself with the community. Ta-da, ta-da. Thank you. And that's why we have the Discord. I'm not the only one here to do the work. We have the archangels. Reach out to them. The Bio Hut has a live stream. Okay, so thank you, Mystic Bio Man. Okay, here you go, Bio Hut. This is why we help others, so that they can help others. You see how it works? One person can't attend to everybody. But if we all do our part, we can reach many people. We can reach many people. Mystic Mistamu says they did not charge, they simply challenge others to do better. Let's just be Jesus was not gentle with his message all the time. The Buddha was not, most of the time the Buddha was not gentle with his message, because if he was too gentle, nobody would get shit. That's why he had to deliver with firmness, but also gentleness. But it looked effortless. Welcoming Mystic Dre Clouds. Triggering energy. Not sure where that's coming from. Mystic Yo Versailles says, well, I'm here and I like it, so keep educating me. You could ask a question also. You can ask a question also. Okay, let me go to I think it's time to jump. Game ASMR. We're ready to dive into ding, 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 ding. And it's Saturday. What is your question, Mystic Southern Magic? How about a little singing bowl for everybody? Welcoming Mystic Pimenta. Mystic Southern Magic says, may I please have a reading? Thank you, Mystic Pimenta, for 2 months. I would like to know if I am on the right path spiritually. I want to heal others with my knowledge and my gifts. You're ready, but you don't trust yourself. Why don't you trust yourself? Because you need to take the leap of faith. Why don't you take the leap of faith? there's always danger. There's always fear in the mind. You have to heal your fear. Welcoming Mystic Lady Jenny. Thank you for being here. You have to learn to heal your mind. If you do the work with fear, you're never going to start. Because you're starting with fear. There's always consequences. But it takes practice to make perfect. Learn from the people who have been doing it successfully. Trust. Keep your mind open and move forward through the night, even in fear, even in the dark. The white owl can see through the night. Can you be like the white owl? You're ready. You have what it takes, Mystic Southern Magic. You know you do, but you just need to open your mind. See? The 6 of air, the 8 of air, and the 9 of air. You have been delaying your magic for too long. If this doesn't tell you, just do it. Like Nike. Trust, you already have what it takes. The only thing that's blocking you is just like a tiny amount of doubt. Don't think that you're going to start and you're going to take off right away. It takes time, but start so that the ball gets rolling, right? And guess what? You're going to start the ball rolling. And you're going to feel some momentum. And then it's going to stop. Hey, shout out to Mystic Lorik. See, now you're losing momentum. Because when you're doing the work and it's boring. Oh, thank you, brother. When you're doing the work and it's not stimulating, you have to change the angle. Maybe you put it over here. Maybe you add a little bit more force. And sometimes you add too much force. Oh no. But do you give up when it doesn't work? The ego says, I suck at helping people. But the heart says, get your ass back up and remember who you are. As a matter of fact, upgrade. You see that? Upgrade. Do your mother effing work. Like Mystic Lorik, he's been upgrading his stream. We see that. Why? Because he's looking at helping people in a more fun way, effective way. We have to keep improving, and we have to see what doesn't work. Because it's too easy to give up and doubt ourselves. You been ready? Trust. And you'll find a way. Actually, the way will find you. I hope that was useful. Let me give a shout out real quick here. got the LEDs, got the haircut. He's got his transition for the BRB, having fun. He's being himself. Be yourself. Do your work. Thank you, brother. I'm glad that you keep showing up. I appreciate people who just show up. That's it. If you keep showing up, you're going to improve. Like when you say you're going to stream and you show up, that's enough. But if you say you're going to do something and you don't do it, do you give up or do you do your best to show up? And even if you fall, do you just give up? No, get your ass back up. Okay? Get your ass back up and do some shit. It's too easy to give up. So, it's inconvenient. But guess what? It's called effort. It takes a lot of effort to have a stream with wisdom on twitch.tv because most people don't give a shit about this stuff. But how do we make it interesting? Maybe we use Pokemon cards? Maybe we use Pokemon cards? Not sure what that was. I get so much shit. I give so much shit about it. Mystic Meeks, wow. I think the interest will find you. Not that you must make the interest. I think we need both. How can you do what people are interested in? And how can you do what you're interested in? I believe it's about balance. That's the truth. What is your question, Mystic Meeks? Yeah, everything, it's a sliding scale. Like life is dynamic, right? Everything's dynamic. The mind sees things. The reason why the mind love instant gratification, like we love video games because we press a button, something happens. There's something to do now. But when we're talking about true happiness and fulfilling relationship, that shit takes time. And the mind says, let me just go on Tinder and find an F-buddy. And when you fail at that, just watch porn. That's instant gratification. That's unhealthy. You see that? Patience. That's why meditation is highly useful. That's why we breathe in and out. Welcoming Mystic Setsin. Mystic Meek says, so I have a big problem with not feeling good enough and not meeting other people's expectations. Sounds like me in the past. I know I should, and I have been loving myself a lot more lately. I have this goal I want to reach and I want to rush it, but sometimes I might get lazy and not do it. And I know I should be grinding every day, but my own thoughts go against me. It's really challenging, and I want nothing more than to reach it. You should hang out in a bio hut. You need to learn how to make a plan. Learn about how to plan. YouTube, how to execute your plan. You have goals, but nothing practical to reach it. But before you formulate your goal, find out that you truly want to do what you want to do. Because sometimes we think we want to do something, but it's not truly inspiring. Follow the bio hut, okay? That's why many people procrastinate. Because we don't truly want it with our heart and soul. We have to have a profound or a really amazing reason, a vision. A vision. Do you have a vision? That's why many people, they go to college, they get a job, and they hate their damn job. Why? They didn't have the vision of what job, right? They had the vision, they wanted the job, but they didn't visualize the feeling they would have working as a pharmacist. Some people, they sell houses. They hate selling houses. Mystic Meek says, I have that vision and reason. I just need to execute it better, and I know deep down I can do it easily if my mind wouldn't interfere with reaching it. Just self-doubts, but I know I want it. Most people, Mystic Biohut says, most people want the end result but don't want to do the hard work and dedication it takes to get that result. That's why they love social media. You can like a bunch of photos. Hard work to just press to take the selfie. Nowadays, instead of working out, the filter makes you skinny. Instead of taking care of your skin and eating healthy, the filter makes your skin smooth. Instead of eating carrot, celery, and fruits and shit, you have filters that do that shit for you now. Can you believe that shit? That is the matrix programming making us lazy. Welcoming Mystic Batuhan. Welcoming Mystic Aisha. Social media is an easy escape. The hard way scares me a bit. I guess because I got a lot to lose. No. You know why? Your damn parents had programmed you to look for, your parents have programmed you to need to prove yourself. But you never ask yourself what you truly want without worrying about what your parents think. You are thinking in consideration of your parents' happiness, but not your own complete happiness first. Why? You don't know better. Your family have expectation of you giving back to them, throwing money at them. Look, I have made it, Mom. Look, Dad, I made it. Let me throw money in your face like a strip club. Yeah. That bullshit. Okay? But the issue is, you just need to learn happiness is now. You need to learn that you're good enough just the way you are. When you walk in life feeling complete, you're going to find the most fulfilling wealth, which is true happiness. The path you're walking considers your family approving you. Wow, we're so proud of you, Meeks. You can carry the family on your back. You are so strong. We are so proud of you, mijo. But you don't even know how to carry your own self. Now, it's okay to take care of your parents, but prioritize you first. You're doing everything so that you can give back to your parents, but you feel not good enough. You're doing everything feeling not good enough, and then you know what you say? Until I have reached the mountaintop with this big wood on my shoulders, then I will not celebrate. When I have reached Mount Everest with this on my back, with wisdom and a good job, then I will not feel good enough. But once I get there, then I can celebrate. Guess what? Mount Everest is impossible to climb with this shit on your back. And even if you get to the mountaintop, your parents will say, now buy us a house. Bring us grandchildren. Right? Now we're getting old. You need to babysit us and drive us everywhere. And then you go, is this what life's about? You can take care of your parents, but find true happiness first within. It's good that you take care of your parents and you love them, but you gotta love you first. If your cup is empty, how can you give to your parents? You have a good intention, which means your cup is a beautifully decorated cup and good words on the cup of love. But guess what? It's empty. Let's not say it's empty. It's 20% full. Because instead of letting your cup full, every time it gets to 20%, you give it to your parents. Look, I have made it. You see, I have plans. Because our parents treat us like a business guy. My son is an optometrist. My son is doing this. My daughter is a dentist. My daughter is a nurse. Because our parents won't say, my daughter ain't doing shit. I wish they would do more and buy us some shit. They want to say, my son is an engineer. We're proud of him. And he's getting married soon. His grandchildren should be coming. He just got married. That's what most people in the mainstream consciousness want. But they don't even know how to be happy. Right? Most people are busy chasing the check boxes of society. Money, car, girlfriend, wife, right? Baby, house, nicer house. Take baby to private school and shit. You can have all of that, but even if you have all the check boxes, you may still be miserable. And that's why you have a lot of people doing drugs, drinking alcohol, going to prostitution places, right? Indulging in materialism. Why? Because their life is boring as hell. They're working a shitty job to provide for their family. They're doing what they think they need to do. but it's not even making them happy. But for them to question that, they reach this thing called a midlife crisis. How inconvenient. A midlife crisis. I don't have time for a midlife crisis. Mystic Southern Magic says, I don't mean to interrupt, but this hits home for me. The moment I woke up was the moment I realized I was living for my parents and stuck in a very small circle that I could not step out of. Go to school, go to work, have a family, provide for our family, die. I kept thinking that there had to be more. And when I was about 26, I finally got it. Now I'm 31. It was so shocking and actually sad, really. At least you woke up, Mystic Southern Magic. Some people live and die being a slave of the system. But at least they got their iPad on Christmas Day. At least they got their turkey on Thanksgiving Day. At least they were okay with their life. At least they were happy, but not fulfilled. Most people will find happiness more of a mental quality, but they don't actually feel the happiness. Because it's inconvenient to open your mind, because that's what they call, oh, you turn into a hippie now. Oh, you turn into a crazy guy. Oh, you're a whistleblower now. Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist now. Oh, you're a hippie. Oh, that's the number one. Hippie. All these labels that keep us from growing, because it's convenient to just move our lips, but inconvenient to open our minds, because we would actually have to do something. Oh, God. Do something. But I just like my shitty life. Oops. Mystic Meek says, yeah, I really need to put the work in and get it done for my own self without trying to impress other people. I'm going to do it for me at my own pace, and I'll get it done. And you nailed it. You're so right. The cup of love concept really touched on me. That's the truth. They usually call that the well, your well of happiness. And I learned that concept, and my teacher also reinforced that. Right? All the mystics taught this. This is like universal wisdom, right? This is universal wisdom that's beyond religion. And this kind of wisdom goes against the religious narrative, the religious programming, right? Another layer of programming in the matrix. Not bad until it becomes that way. All right, Jesus taught some good stuff. The Buddha taught some good stuff. But do people practice being kind to your neighbor? The Lord is within. Do you practice, right? Enlightenment is something that's that's why it's called enlightenment. But yet we go out looking for it. That bullshit. Let me use the restroom real quick. I'm going to play an ad so that the pre-roll ads. Okay. See here. Dashboard. If the ads didn't already play. Okay, BRB. Welcoming there we go. Okay, let me BRB. Welcoming everybody back. Religion must have been so pure before kings. Here's the truth. It's always been the same shit. That's it. Ego exists in this reality. If there weren't kings, there were pharaohs. Right? If there weren't pharaohs, there were dictators. There's going to be some kind of shit going on always. It's the same shit. There just happen to be more people on the planet now, and we're more connected than ever. Right? Because we're ready to... Because there are more people on the planet, there's more people awakening than ever. Let's see here. Mystic Southern Magic says there is so much to it. Something as simple as food, for instance, anything anything they put in packages is so full of chemicals and processed sugar that could kill you, quite literally. So recently, I've started eating whole foods that are good for me instead. I never felt better. The Matrix want us to be sick and eat like crap, all because they get rich off the sick. They don't think in that terms. They just think, how can we make more money? Sickness is a byproduct of greed. And they find a way to make money from that too. When people die, they make money. Because if there's a cure, they lose money. Oh God. Hello? If there was a universal cure to cancer, what do you think would happen to MD Anderson Medical Center and the chemotherapy radiation machines? But this is old news. That's why they banned Rick Simpson for healing people for free. My teacher, when I went to massage school, my teacher used to work for NASA. He said they found the cure to the AIDS virus. But they suppressed it because it doesn't make money. Is anyone surprised? No. No one's surprised. What makes more money? Vaccines. Just kidding. I don't know where that come from. A cure doesn't make money. Vaccines do. But me, I'm not a medical professional, but I just pay attention. Mystic Aisha says, I think, in my particular and humble opinion, the problem is not religion or beliefs of each one. This is respectably and private of anyone. The problem is the church and their abuse and lies. The problem is just ego. The end. Attachment to power and maintaining power. And when people lose power, they'll do anything to manipulate you to control you. Follow us, we have money, right? We can help you. I can save you. I have the answer, but give us 10%. I have the answer, but you have to believe this and that, right? Because to hear that you're your own savior empowers you too much. That's too empowering. Don't tell them that shit. Well, if I don't speak my truth, I know my boundary. I know my boundary when it comes to this. That's why a lot of people don't like being around cosmic too much. They like it, but some people I could tell they're not ready to go deep, so I just stay hush-hush. Remember how scared everybody was before in talking about the COVID? Remember how toxic it was because they have programmed so much bullshit into our minds that, right, we were so scared of getting canceled and all this shit. Look at Joe Rogan, right? But now everyone's like, let's talk about it. I'm tired of this bullshit. Don't blame the money or collecting it. It's not the problem. Negative human emotion like fear, control, power. Exactly. This is the foundation of Buddhism, the teachings of the Buddha, not the religious. Do you think that that's in everybody's, though, power mindset? It's not called power mindset. It's called survival mindset. But sometimes when we become attached to surviving, we don't know when to stop surviving. So we just buy more shit we don't need. And some people fall into it because they don't have no purpose. So they just buy more shit. But do they learn to share? And there's consequences to not sharing. There's consequences to not sharing. Makes you greedy. AF. Mystic Southern Magic says, I'm curing my illness with food. I'm not a doctor, so I'm slowly taking less and less medication. What's sad is that I don't think my doctors or any of them would want me off of anything that I'm being prescribed. Anxiety meds, blood pressure, etc. I'm proud of myself for trying. You have faith. And look what your faith is doing. You're healing yourself through opening your mind and heart. And you're doing it with patience and hope. Imagine how many people the doctors deal with on a daily basis. We're just another patient. That's just how the system is. And a lot of doctors are just there for the money. There are some good doctors, just like how there are some Christian people who are humble and loving and understand spirituality. There are some people who are Muslim who also, right, it's not about the religion, right? Because once you truly have wisdom, you could be any religion because you realize it's not about religion, it's about love. I've met some amazing Christian people, but I choose to be spiritual because it unites people. The end. Mystic Setsin says, after such a level of corruption within religion, when does the separation begin to fade between the teachers and that which is taught? You have to use discernment. What is discernment? Using your intuition to check out, is this some bullshit or what? Now, if you're hanging around people who aren't authentic, you're going to be around bullshit. People who look spiritual, but they're not humble, that's some bullshit. in spiritual circles where they bullshit each other, what is there the most? Money, sex, and drugs. But they call it what? Plant medicine. Oh, microdosing. Microdosing everything. Just a little bit of weed. This is old news. But they just call it Tantra. That bullshit. That's why I don't hang around people who... Well, I used to. I used to collaborate with people who are conscious community. So disappointed. The amount of just... Everybody's just looking to... It's ego. Everyone's trying to make it, but money is such a big criteria. Money and fame is such a big criteria. All the spiritual yoga, they're journaling, vlogging, Instagram, right? They're doing things so that, but a lot of it is coming from what they think they need to be, what they think spiritual people do, instead of following their heart. So all the quote-unquote spiritual people are doing all the same shit. The lack of originality out, they're all doing the cacao ceremony or the ayahuasca, they're just all in rotation doing the same shit. I'm like, why don't you do some original shit? But the thing is, I had a teacher, I have a master, and I also, when I smell bullshit, I'm like, wait a minute. You gotta have a good bullshit detector. You have to have a good bullshit detector, which means hang out with authentic people and less of the people who dress spiritual. And they don't want to hear this either because there's so many people doing it. I mean, it could be you in here. But we're not saying this to piss you off. We're just speaking the truth from our observation of being on this journey for quite a while and being spiritually egoic myself. Right? I had a big spiritual ego back then. But now my heart just tells me what I need to do, what I need to say, how to use my ego. Instead of letting my ego use me, I use my image, my ego. Before my ego would follow what is spiritual, do we wear the yoga pants? How do I... Back then I used to think doing psychedelics, that is how you reach enlightenment. How do you open your chakras and connect with the universe? Mushrooms, LSD. That's what I used to think, for real. And many people still are on that journey. Right? They need, I always say, how many ayahuasca ceremonies do you need till you realize you're just doing drugs now? How much plant medicines do you need till you realize it's just another substance? Do they want to hear this shit? No. No, Mother Ayahuasca is helping us connect with the earth. And the spirit of the jaguar is slowly coming out and the snakes are slowly... But do you love your damn self though? Look, we have to talk about it. Some people say, why do you focus on the negative shit? It's not negative. It's just called the truth. Now, if you see as negative, then, that means you may be doing that. You may be microdosing mushroom and smoking weed as we speak right now. I'm not here to tell you to change. I'm just here to be me. Right? Because the truth may be painful, but will set us free. Let's see what the cards do. But again, I'm coming from a place where I completely understand, because I used to do a ton of LSD, right? I used to do a ton of mushroom. And again, he says, it's a journey, so these people are on their own. No need to put them exactly. That's why we're not putting them down. We're helping people get to the next level. Because if we don't speak on it, when will they find the next path? Most people won't say shit in front of their face. Why? It's inconvenient. Because we don't want to hurt people's feelings. Do you see how it works now? No, not many people aren't saying shit. That's the issue. Why? We don't want to hurt. We don't want to hurt their feelings. We're so scared of hurting people's feelings that they just keep going to their 10th ayahuasca ceremony. Like, bro, how many times do you need to do ayahuasca? Well, if we don't say shit, it may be a 20 times ceremony. Who helped me? I was slowly reducing all the drugs. I used to facilitate mushroom journeys until I met a real bodhisattva who told me, you don't need drugs to do this shit. And then I realized, if you don't need it, I respect that, and I don't need it either. So that's why I'm clean and clear. I know this shit is inconvenient because we say that shit right there. No need to put them down. Don't hurt people's feelings. Right? And that's why many people are still doing the same shit they did 5 years ago. How inconvenient to speak on this and hurt people's feelings. So instead, we just shut up and let people do it, right? How inconvenient. Just let them suffer. Let them follow their spiritual ego and do more drugs and smoke more weed and microdose. How inconvenient. Don't wake them up. Let them be in their ego. Don't wake them up and see that what you're doing, you're here thinking that you're happy, but behind that you're not really healing. You're just doing drugs. Don't say that. Yes, this shit may be uncomfortable. Welcome to the Mystic Mother Effing Village. How did you move past the time of isolation after opening your eyes? Or did you even have this period? No, I had it. I felt very lonely when I first woke up. I felt like, damn, I'm all happy and shit, and my family's fighting. My friends are completely asleep. I'm like, happiness is now. It's so simple. Look, just be positive, everybody. And literally, everybody has called me a hippie and shit. For like, when I first woke up, everybody judged me. And I judged myself too. Right? I judged myself too because I was just new to it. But the one thing I knew, I was happy for the first time in my life. I was free. I felt freedom. Free from my own mind because I meditated intensely for 8 months. Yeah, follow your heart. Yeah, this is a community. Now, this isn't the only place doing it. We have the Bio Hut. We have Mystic Cosmic Carly doing their part. Mystic Spirit doing their part. Mystic Kata Jelly doing their part. Mystic Broomstick. Mystic Leoric. Mystic Granny Savage. Yeah, Mystic It's Practical Magic. Mystic Astara Gothica. Okay? You know what I'm saying? I'm not sure when the heck they're gonna allow me to create that team, but anyway. After seeing how I was affected with those around me, I have had to move into solitude. Yeah, I went into 8 months of solitude. I didn't talk to nobody. I call it the hermit mode. Now, if you woke up and you have not gone through the hermit mode, and you keep doing it's coming. The hermit mode is because you're like, okay, I see all this bullshit in the world, and I need to find out the truth inside. So you cut off social media. I cut off the radio. I didn't go to the grocery store unless I needed to. And when I went in with a plan. Okay, I'm going to get fruit. I'm going to get this, that, and I'm out. Because I don't want to be distracted by all the things, all these things yelling at me, by me. Right? Because I was happy with less. A lot happy with less. And that's when I began to break my ego and everything. Like, I grew long hair. Before, I've never had hair that long, and then I got dreads eventually. Then I started not wearing shoes. Like, most of the time I didn't wear shoes. I started getting into different types of meditation, yoga, different modalities. And I tried all types of plant medicines, and I tried literally a lot of stuff that I felt was harmonious with me. But I realized, eventually, my mind, eventually I realized happiness is now. But sometimes you have baggage. We all have baggage. And it's okay that we have baggage. Just let it go. Don't take the baggage seriously. Let it go over time. Now, here's the thing. Because the movie works to help people open their mind. Now, if you're coming in here to tell me I take the movie too seriously, then you don't get the message. And maybe this stream is not for you. Because once you get the message, you understand. When you just see it as a movie, you're missing the whole point, my friend. Right? Some people, they come in here to talk. Some people, they come in here to learn. The one that come in here to talk don't last too long, because it's more convenient for the ego to talk, but the ego hates listening. Right? Yeah, well, here's the thing. I don't care what the producer said. I'm using what people resonate with. You have to understand that people find wisdom boring. But when you connect it to a movie that they can visualize, it clicks. But the issue is that because that's my calling, my purpose. That's why I'm doing this. Right? So for you to come in here and just say that, you have to realize that's your baggage. What is your calling? Find your calling. It's easy to come in here and judge what we're doing. The truth may be painful, but will set you free. Come in here and make a casual comment, but you have to realize this stream is seriously helping people, right? Okay. I know you don't want to deal with people talking back because most people don't give a shit that much, but guess what? We care about we care about what people say in here. It's easy to just do a drive-by and just dump your energy in here. This is called boundaries, Mystic Jelly. This is what it looks like when somebody puts up boundaries. Then that's how you gain respect from people. Because when people cross your boundaries and you never stand up for it, when do you? Right? It's not always comfortable to stand up for what you believe. But when do we stand up for what we believe? Clear? Breathing in. Okay, we better move on. We gave them a chance, but they're hard-headed. So, yeah, that's okay. Now, in real life, we can't ban people. But online, this is a different game. Yeah, and that's why it takes a lot of effort to cultivate this environment. Before, I didn't know how to deal with people like that, but now I don't give a shit. Because what we got in here is good, man. What we got in here is delicious. And it's only going up from here. But sometimes for us to grow, we have to put ourselves into uncomfortable situations. And that's why I'm willing to do this. Why? But we have to give people a chance. Like I gave that person a chance, but they say anyways because that was an easy way to move forward. But Mystic Dead Internet Theory. Let me ring the bell for you. And me. Thank you, Mystic Southern Magic, for your blessings. Breathing in. I feel like a lot of the men in here are not practicing semen retention. They don't seem to realize the power of their sacred. Not just in here. Men and women, okay? U.S. government specifically has been known to present early CIA and FBI finding in movies to warm the public up for the next level. Yeah. I mean, look at how many pandemic movies there have been up until this time. Feather sound. Oh yeah, okay. We can do a bit of feather. Oh, no wonder. Mic check 1 2. Mic testing 1 2. Okay. Mystic Jenny says, the wisdom in this stream is life-changing and authentic. If one takes it serious, it is effective. Now, the mainstream people on the internet, they don't know that. Because it doesn't work that way. Some people, they don't have this thing called merits, which means they don't have enough credit in their spiritual bank account to listen, because they have not been humbled by life yet. When you get humbled by life, then you'll start to listen more, but until then, you ain't gonna listen to shit. You know what I'm saying? In real life, you could walk Well, I have asked people to leave before in some of my groups because they just come to fight. Like ideas. They don't come to grow and harmonize, right? They have to learn to love their dams, absolutely. And the issue is, when they don't see an issue, there's nothing to do. He has blocked whispers too, probably does this all the time. And the main part is that for me to deal with somebody like that, it teaches me patience. My body feels the energy, but my heart stays because of love. They are my brother and sister and people too. And I like to give them the respect as a human being who doesn't know better, because I used to be that person. I give people a chance because they deserve a chance. You know, I believe people deserve a chance. That's why. But the community reminds me, okay, this one's not, because I'm very resilient is the word. I have a lot of resilience towards close-minded people, because that's basically my purpose. Unfortunately and unfortunately for my mind, but fortunately for my heart, because it makes me happy that I can love all people, even if I can love them with a ban. Mystic the Spartan Ghost says, hello, my wife said I should follow you. LOL. What the hell are you doing? Playing video game? Oh, okay. Welcome to the Mystic Village, man. That's your husband? That's so cute. Well, I'm glad that you feel connected. Mystic Aisha says, I am like you. It's raining in my city, so relaxing the rain and relaxing on a good relaxing stream. Welcoming Mystic Da Vinci Huega. Let's see here. He says, I dig it. Did we get a good energy clearing? Do we need more energy clearing? Some people we need to love from a distance. Mystic, welcoming Mystic Alex Kunha. Let me know if you need more energy clearing, because we have a good, what we call momentum in our discussion, in our red pill party today. And sometimes we don't want to clear the energy too much because we have a decent flow. Okay. But we still Cosmic, you need a giant pink glasses and a rainbow shirt. Okay, send it to me. Send it to me, maybe I'll wear it. Mystic Bobby says, reminds me of a friend I had who did harder drugs. My back would ache and my anxiety would get worse just talking to him. Had to cut ties, yeah. And the thing is, they're so used to negative energy and it takes a toll on your body. That's why you get like dis-ease, because your body, you're dealing with energy of dis-ease. Whenever your chakras, whenever you're doing something disharmonious, it throws your body in dis-ease. And until you learn to ground your energy into harmony, then your body will start regenerating itself. But if you don't pay attention, you get sick and die. Pay attention to what your body... That's why I'm always like massaging. I'm paying attention to how my body is. Why? I love my body. I love me. Mystic Highball says they use the phrase, quote, anyways, repeatedly, like some sort of flaming sword in reply to whatever you say, switching back and forth between pointed. Because the thing is, they don't know who they mother effing messing with, man. They didn't know what we're capable of. When you work for the cosmos show you how to drop hammers on people's egos. Why? To help crack it open. Switching back and forth between pointed arguments / attacks and a dismissive attitude in regards to the debate. That's the strategy of trolls and bad faith art. Yes, I'm definitely aware of that. And I still give them a chance. Why? It's love. I love people that much. That's the truth. Really, that's the truth. I love people that much that I will deal with people's bullshit. Because we all have had bullshit, you know? Because if you don't have it, guess what? There's going to be people with more bullshit coming in. Hey, thank you, Mystic Jalo, for your blessings to the community. Congratulations, Mystic Propane, Mystic Cairo Dillian, Mystic Mr. Basenji, Mystic Natalia, Mystic Capstock. And thank you again, Mystic Jello. I know I'm behind on the comments, but not too bad. Do you think our matrix was created by greed and solely by greed? I'd love to hear your... No, that's not how it works. Do you think there are people like me that doesn't trust anybody? You don't trust people because you don't trust yourself. How the hell are you going to trust anybody else when you don't even trust your own body? That's basic, okay? The issue is not other people. The issue is you, my friend. Okay. I'll get back to the Matrix question. Let me catch it. I had to cut ties with friends too in the past for choosing a destructive lifestyle. Me too. I stopped hanging out with people who just wanted to go karaoke, drinking, and do drugs and go to EDM festivals. Bullshit. It was fun, but then it makes you lose momentum in life. Like doing drugs and then you have to recover the next day. You can't do shit. Your body's right, and then if you have a job, a drug test, and then you're spending time doing stuff in low vibration stuff, doing ecstasy, listening to Skrillex or whatever people listen to that. At that time it was, so wake me up when it's all over, then know why. Dun, 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 dun. 1, 2, 3, 4. At that time, that's That's what it was, Avicii. I actually have that vinyl. I have Avicii vinyl. Oh no, it was Daft Punk. I got a Daft Punk. So here's the truth. No one person created this reality. All is one. Imagine this. Well, it's hard to imagine, because if everything is just one already, why are we separate? Because imagine that you're everything, or imagine you're this oneness that's infinite potential. You're one infinite potential, so you would constantly keep evolving and expressing, because there's no limitation to what is. But it's all connected. Everything's vibration. What is that vibration called? I call it love. Some people call it oneness. So now why do we have, if everything is one, then why is there seeming separation? Because when you're like an infinite potential, shit gets boring. You want to have some right? You want to grow and expand. Imperfection helps us to keep growing. So that's why we have suffering. Now, if everything was perfect, rainbows, butterflies, unicorn, a carousel, the chocolate, the rivers made with chocolate, Oompa Loompas coming running out, giving you a lollipop, and then whenever you want food, it doesn't matter. Then there's no suffering. Everything's perfect, making it stale and flaccid. But because when we go through some shit, when we go through discomfort, like a baby chicken, a chick is in an egg. To crack out of the egg, it has to either use the mama's help or crack out itself. But the mama has to lay an egg patiently, right? So there's going to be growth and growing pains. But the ego call it growing pain. On a spiritual level, it's just called expansion, learning, growing. Because when you find you're the one, that's not enough. Help others realize they're the one. Right? Because it's boring to just, okay, you figure shit out. Now what? Help other people figure shit out. And then what do you share with them? You tell them, I figured nothing out. And they're like, you mean you've been no, I figured nothing out. How can you figure nothing out? By not figuring it out. How? By not figuring it out. How? By not. The ego would keep asking questions, and the heart will all just, everything just is. What do you mean everything is? There it goes again. If we are in a simulation, is there a way to... You have to ask, assimilation is just a mental concept. What a better question is, if everything is coming from your mind, how do you get out of your mind? Meditation, people, learn to be present. Assimilation is just mental. You cannot conceptualize simulation without you conceiving it in here. But how do you get out of here? stop using this shit and be in a moment. That's why we have all these damn singing bowls. Love your damn self. Okay? That's why we have this stuff to help you be present. That's why we have all these tools. Breathing in. Meditate yourself. You see? And what the ego says. But that shit is boring. Meditation and shit. And so instead of learning to be in the present moment, you stay in your head. So convenient, huh? To not do shit. Welcoming Mystic Wake Up Neo 22. If you come here to troll, we will ban you. That's the easy part, banning. In one click, gone. It gone. One click, you gone. When you work for the cosmos, the stream is a little different in here. You see that? We got Baby Yoda backing us up. So check yourself before what? Before you wreck yourself. I knew someone before who believed we live in a simulation. I never understood that. Because they hear it from Elon Musk and other people who are, quote, like, really highly intelligent. That's right. But we're dealing with shit the mind cannot conceptualize. So people who are mentally highly intelligent hit a blockage. So they make up reasons. They make up these ideas to justify their belief. But nobody knows shit. And for them to say that would make them feel vulnerable. So instead, they just say it's a simulation because they can't understand it. What do they call it? String theory. Quantum physics. All this shit is all the same shit. You don't know shit. You just made up some shit to justify it. Yes, it makes sense on paper, but you really don't know. There's no proof to it. Right? That's why, like, when you meditate, you start to see all this shit. Right? When you meditate, you start to see all y'all making up all these, they're all theories. It's all theories. It makes sense on paper. But you can't really prove it because it's like impossible to prove. But that's what spirituality is. Quantum physics, which means you don't know shit. But they don't like hearing this. You know why? I am a doctor at the University of Princeton. I see shit and it matters. You don't know shit. How dare you? Get him out of here. Like, oh. But that's their part, right? They need to do their part. And we respect that. We respect. Thoughts on mainstream media and distractions is bullshit. Thank you, Mystic. Welcoming Mystic Salio. Reminds me of a saying, intelligence is knowing just how dumb one is. The less you know, the more you're connected. Like, I learned this the hard way. My master grilled my ego. I came in with a lot of knowledge because I have been practicing for like 7 years. I came in and my teacher grilled my ego, and he showed me I don't know shit, which helped me understood more shit by not knowing shit. And I'm like, oh my God, thank you. Because most people, like, to break your ego over and over, and imagine you break your ego so much, you think you figure it out. Then you meet a real master who show you didn't figure shit out. There's nothing to figure out. And you're like, what do you mean? But instead of saying that, you go through all these tests, but that's all I'll say. Check yourself, Mystic Papa Medi, okay? Check yourself, fool, okay? Ear licking stream is always open, okay? We will ban you easily. You know what? Let's just ban you now. Waste time. Alright. Don't waste time with that shit. Move on. That's just one person out of the billions. You know what I'm saying? That means, to me, I think we're doing good work when that happens. I'm going to use that. What is quantum physics? It means you don't know shit, basically. I hope I didn't miss anybody. If you let me shout out Mystic. Follow Mystic Cosmic Carly, okay? If your body is not healthy, she will teach you the Qigong way. Hadouken, okay? Really? You can bring your energy into harmony. So go do Qigong with Mystic Cosmic Carly. If you body or mind, like, just go, okay? She's a good lady. The distractions are there to keep us from upgrading. That's why it's important to be mindful of what you intake, yeah. That's why we do our best to see our boundaries. Like, when we're doing good work, we piss people off. If you're not pissing people off and you're spreading some kind of message, push yourself a bit more. Everyone, like, right? Look at Martin Luther King. How many people Martin Luther King pissed people? How many people did he piss off? How many people did Bob Marley piss off? The Buddha, Jesus, they all pissed somebody off with the knowledge. That's normal, you know? We just don't take it seriously because that's just the nature of our reality. Yes, there's, right? I mean, as crazy as Alex Jones is, like, Joe Rogan fact checked him and it turned out, oh, this guy's not effing around, but he is really crazy. But a lot of it were facts. Not that I know what he's just too into the lizard people, that's all. And sometimes knowing too much about negative shit just does not make your life better, even if it's true. Okay? Knowing too much about the Illuminati and shit just freaks you out. Because, why? It's everywhere. And so it's love. Welcoming Mystic Aluminum. This sounds like the beginning of a psychedelic age Avenger. I'm sure that movie is coming out soon. Quantum is the Latin word for amount, and in modern understanding means the smallest possible discrete unit of a physical property such as energy or matter. Drink your tea. So, if you are making people angry, then that's how you know you're making a difference. I mean, you're not, your intention shouldn't be to piss people off, but if they do get pissed off, it means they're challenged to a way of thinking. I'm for real. Let me look at Jordan Peterson. Look at Joe Rogan. They're definitely pissing some people off. Right? Even Thich Nhat Hanh done pissed his own government off. Thich Nhat Hanh got exiled from Vietnam for being a peacemaker. Imagine that. He had to be in France for so long. So shout out to Master Thich Nhat Hanh. Mystic Kubis Slayer, welcoming Mystic Doodoo Man 52. Mystic Easy Machiavelli. Ooh, Machiavelli. Just somebody who stand up for his ideas and people are pissed off. This is a very intelligent leader. A discrete quantity of energy proportional in magnitude to the frequency of the radiation it represents. Okay, I didn't know what that means at all. Sometimes ignorance is bliss. It depends what you're referring to. If bliss is enlightenment, and knowing nothing helps you reach enlightenment, the only way to reach enlightenment is to be completely ignorant. But what is enlightenment? I don't know. Mystic Southern Magic says, I'm here to drink the tea and spill the tea. Hey, don't spill the... Okay, spill the tea. You want a meow? Meow. I used to watch Joe Rogan a lot. I have watched video. I used to watch Joe Rogan a lot and have watched some videos of Jordan Peterson. Have been watching more Thich Nhat Hanh lately, says Mystic Jenny. I studied Master Thich Nhat Hanh for a year. I practiced mindfulness heavily for a year. Wherever I was walking, I was like left, right. I'm walking, I'm sitting, I'm eating. I was heavily and I found this serenity because my mind did not have space to think. And I didn't use it very much. I'm a person that's not very mentally thinking a lot. Just sometimes I have baggage, and we all have baggage. But sometimes I have baggage, and I just learn to see what is the baggage trying to teach me. Because sometimes we're so attached to some things that's trying to teach us something, and we don't want to learn it. And some things are teaching us to just be empty, but we still think. But everyone's on their own level. Everyone's on their own journey, let's just say. No one's better than the other. But when you have found happiness, help people. Help people. Be empty. Let me see here. So I want to ask you, do you want to stick to spiritual stuff, or do you want to do some non-spiritual stuff like reddit.com/advice? So advice on Reddit. There's questions on here that people, like for example, somebody asks, is dating short girls weird? Right? Yeah, like, I can just search like the top. The top one right now, my village thinks I'm a reincarnation of a goddess. Very interesting one. Mindfulness has been helping me from being distracted by the many visual and audio stimulates. Exactly. Especially when we're driving. I text and drive. And I know there's consequences to it, and I still do it because I have to come into honesty with myself that most of the time I don't text and drive. But sometimes I do, and I'm aware, okay, this is enough. You just have to be honest that texting and driving is not healthy, but you have to have a time where you don't do it. Okay, like for example, if the traffic is busy, don't do it. If the road is mostly empty, do it quickly, but keep your eyes on the road. You have to bring the phone up so that you're aware of your peripheral. At least you have to put effort in. Yes, it's bad, but shit, I still do it. You know, it's like telling people to love their damn self, but guess what? Are they gonna do it? Right? It's not expecting people to be perfect, but be informed and having boundaries. Right? Having boundaries. But most of the time I don't. Just to be clear. I'm not here to promote it. I'm here to be honest with you. To not bullshit with you. I'm not perfect. Let's see here. Do you think we can see spirits? Do they? Do they exist? Well, spirits are mental concepts. You're just seeing a part of you. Everything, all is one. Anything is possible, remember that. But it's still all you, all your mind. So spirits exist if you believe in them. Just like people who believe in witchcraft, voodoo, or black magic, it's just negative intention. If you are constantly being bombarded by brujeria or negative magic or negative things, you're going to believe in negative spirits. But whenever you're constantly in positive and loving energy, all spirits are just love. So if you're seeing devil or demons and shit, that's because you're just tuned to negative shit, okay? But some people have been programmed to believe into it, so you have to learn to clear their energy, right? You have to learn how to clear your energy, which is find a way to meditate, light incense, and deal with your baggage. Growing up, I was scared of ghosts. So I made myself meditate in a dark room for 8 months. Complete pitch black. And every time I thought there were ghosts, I would open my eyes. No ghosts were ever there. And every time I'm scared, I would never, ever, ever see ghosts. And I realized it's just my head. And so instead of seeing ghosts, anything that may potentially scare me, I just believe that they're just loving angels. I just flipped the switch. Why not create something good? But it takes time to program yourself that way. But it's also more difficult if you're in a scary, like if you're walking through a graveyard at night alone, it's harder to be positive because you're walking in a freaking graveyard alone. Now, if you're with your friends and stuff, it's different. But when you're alone in the woods, your mind will haunt you. Right? Because the mind feels insecure, because being alone in the woods at night, it means you could get eaten by a leopard or a lion. So your mind's just trying to protect you by saying, get your ass out of this place. And so fear is healthy in helping us survive. But guess what? We're not walking in the woods. We're just in our damn heads. Okay. Can you explain nightmares and evil? It's your baggage. Okay. This gets brought up at work a lot. So if everyone just keeps talking about the devil and evil entities, guess what? It becomes true because everybody's consciousness makes it true. Yes, I can do a reading tonight. What is your question? What about haunted houses that have, quote, spirits? I've never experienced it personally. And a lot of it is in your head. And the people go to a haunted house, they go believing in spirits. Of course they're going to see a spirit. If you go and you believe it, you're going to see. If you go and you just, right? And if everybody believes in negative spirit at one spot, guess what? It makes it more seemingly true. It sells the illusion better if everybody in the audience believe in the magician, because they're all like, wow, that girl is floating. But if everybody says, oh, that's bullshit magic, right? That's how the mind works. If everybody believes, it sells the illusion better. Now, negative energy is a real thing. So that illusion could be a negative illusion, which is like a haunted house. Or you can sell a positive illusion, which is like going to a vacation spot. Right? Both, right? You can chase, like some people love the scary movies and some people love, right, vacation. It's the same difference in some people. It's a really clear energy, right? On a vacation, you're deeply chill. On a haunted house, and some people love the dynamics of that, right? So it's just negative and positive energy and consciousness. And so how do they control your consciousness? If they tell you Donald Trump is bad over and over and over, you may not know shit about Donald Trump, but you believe it's bad because they say Donald Trump is bad. Now, if they keep saying, right, if they keep saying Donald Trump is good over and over, eventually you'll believe Donald Trump is good. Why? Because they just keep, all the programming is yelling at you to believe that Donald Trump is good. So there's an agenda in all this stuff. So whatever, and that's how they control you, right? So that's why you just deal with people who aren't dramatic. I don't hang out with people who are in their heads and dramatic, because why? It's draining. It's draining. And that's why I don't have that many friends. Because a lot of people don't focus on happiness. Breathing in. Two more times. Mystic Meek says, do you think intentionally walking through a graveyard knowing you're scared of ghosts is a good thing? I believe that you should start more gentle. Like you don't want to jump. Like you have to deal with, like, if you're scared of the dark, deal with darkness at home first. You don't want to jump to like the heavy work right away, because you need to train your mind. You don't want to cold turkey put yourself into a traumatic situation. It could be people doing brujeria at night at the graveyard, and your thought is like ghosts. It's just people doing witchcraft at the graveyard. Right? So you want to be clear. You don't want to just put yourself in a poisonous and toxic environment when you're not ready. Right, whenever I was a monk in Thailand for 5 weeks in Thailand, and it was 2 weeks in America, I had to walk. I was a monk. I stayed at a temple for one of the temples for 3 weeks, and this temple was built on a damn graveyard. We had to go chanting at 5:30 a.m. So I was walking 5 a.m. alone, because I don't know where the hell everyone was. They grouped together. I was mainly alone. 5 a.m. to get to the chanting spot. Going through a graveyard with like spotty lighting. That's when my mind was like, whoa, this is not. And you can feel the energy. And the temple is a very sacred place to walk by. But a temple built on an old graveyard, it really tests my ego. I would notice, this is my mind, and I would just clear. But it's out of my comfort zone, right? I'm in the middle of like outside the city. There's no cars, completely quiet. You hear some bugs or some birds singing at night, and you're just walking alone through old graveyard grounds. I mean, that was a good lesson for me, because it helped me to be tougher. And so every time I think I'm scared of ghosts, I just accept it. If the ghost wants to kill me, that's okay, it's my time, but until that time, I'm going to live in peace. Mystic Nightmare says, I have an emergency court meeting Wednesday because my parents are fighting over me. How old are you? Are fighting over me for custody, and the girl I like is letting me help her. The girl I like is letting me help her, but is pulling. What the hell? What the shit? What does that have? Love your damn self. Okay. Okay, so the lead. Yes. But you said, no, I remember the girl you like, but the girl you like, and you're like, what the hell? Learn to be with yourself, my friend. I know you're 15, you're horny and shit. Love your damn self. Be more confident with yourself. Don't be too worried about the girl. The love that the googliness that you have for that girl, have that with yourself first. Like, feel really connected to yourself, and the girl, you'll have better chance with girls. Okay, I know, right? Be more confident with yourself. If your parents are fighting over you, let them. Let them. All you can do is love both parents. And when you see them fighting, also let them know, hey, look, this is not the greatest role model. Okay? This is not... You fighting over me, that's teaching me how to fight. I don't like that. Can you please respect each other? Okay? Here, one card for you. Everybody wants to own you. Your family doesn't love their damn self, and it's showing up in you. See, you're looking for the girl. Your parents are divorced because they don't love their damn self. That's why the card was upside down. The issue is, right, everybody's looking for the right one outside. They're looking to find a partner who's financially secured, who knows what they want, but they don't know themselves, don't know their purpose, don't know their calling, don't take care of their body, accept stress, but don't know how to be peaceful. You're doing the same thing by because here's the thing, you're stressed out too, and you're using the girl to ground you. You're looking for happiness, and you're doing it through the girl. Love your damn self. What will help you? Here's what will help you. What kind of music do you listen to? Rap? You listen to rap music? Listen to music that relaxes you. If you play video games, listen to music. Pop mostly, okay. So I would listen to music that relaxes you, like ambient. Okay? Like ambient music. You need something practical. I would love to see you meditate. I would love to see you meditate and relax. Okay? What you need to do is educate yourself. What will help you, to keep it simple? To keep it simple, I need you to watch the movie The Secret on Netflix or on Google. Okay? Watch it. When you're looking for love outside of yourself, you're looking for lonely ass people. You're going to fall, you're going to find that person, and then you're going to be miserable because you'll never be good enough. Okay? That's the issue. You're never going to be good enough until you realize you can just love your damn self. Literally, you see it. Love your damn self. That's why it's there. Our ideas. It's all over the place. But you don't get the message, okay? Mystic Jenny says, being around death makes you question yourself and what you're doing with your life. At least it does for me. I remember I won't be here forever. In the Thai culture, okay, here's what happened. Like, I went to become a monk for my grandmother. They left her body inside of a casket for 100 days. And so we had to do the ceremony. Before we cremate the body, they crack open the coffin and we see her body like. But at that time, I had already been meditating and I realized that's just the body. My grandma's, the spirit is already left the body. We're just looking at the body. But my cousins were all like shocked. But when you make peace with death and you make peace, that's just the body, you good. I would meditate on thinking that my body, once I die, it will start to decompose and the bugs will take over. Because my grandma's body was in Thailand, I had to fly back. Okay, I had to fly back. Why do people, Mystic Anand Thug Life says, why do some people always say thank you when you give them something, but when they do something wrong, they never say sorry? Well, because saying sorry makes you feel weak. But there are people who say sorry too much. Also, that's right. There are people who are so apologetic. Instead of improving, they're just good at apologizing. That person could be you. Instead of apologizing all the time, pay attention to your mother effing life. Because I used to be that kind of person. A sorry ass person. I didn't know better. Improve yourself so that you don't be a sorry ass person. Or just be a sorry ass person. Sometimes you're just a sorry ass person until you improve. Until you improve. That's how it is. Watch The Secret, people, is the basic starter kit for your awakening. It's easy to watch, it's fun to watch. Pay attention, you could take notes. That's like the easiest thing for you to do. Watch something that helps you. I mean, if you can't do that shit, I don't know what the hell you're gonna do with your life. If you can't even watch a movie that helps your life become better, then you don't give a shit about your life enough. That's the truth. And I get it, because I used to be like that. Like, why should I watch some self-help bullshit? Some people just don't truly want to be happy yet. They need to go through a bit more hell. They need their life to be in a dark hole until they wake up like me. And I'm here to help you either get out or prevent. Okay? And even though I do that, some people will still dig themselves in a dark hole and they'll come back. Cosmic, my girlfriend dumped me. But do you love your damn self? You already know the answer. Hell no. This is just part of the game. And some people feel ashamed that they don't come here and they come back when they have issues. If you don't do the work, you're not going to have the results, right? If you don't meditate, it's going to be hard to maintain a peaceful life, right? If you don't put in the work, how are you going to get the paycheck, says my master. If you don't do the work, you get a paycheck? Like, hell no. You don't get a paycheck. And again, thank you, Mystic JLo, Mystic. Okay, looks like we're good on it. Now we're on reddit.com/advice, because sometimes we need to break from the spiritual talk and just get to normal people shit like, I lost an eye. How can I make it look fun? Okay. I got kicked out of a roller rink for wearing a crop top. Basically what the title says, I, an 18-year-old girl, was wearing a crop top that cut off just above my belly button with high-rise jeans. The top was long sleeve, so I didn't have much skin showing at all. I went to a roller rink, and about a week ago, they told me that it broke their dress code and wouldn't let me in. This is good. They made me go outside. They made me go stand outside and everything, even though it was almost freezing outside. I am an adult, and it really rubbed me the wrong way, considering I was with a group and there was nothing about it on their website. I am tempted to leave a review, but I also am always hesitant about leaving bad reviews on independent businesses because it has a bigger impact. But also very few people wore masks, and yet it was a crop top that crossed the line. Should I leave a review or let it go? I want to see I want to see the dang rules. Okay. Right. I want to see the rules of the roller skating rink. We don't, how tight was your crop top? Was it very revealing? They said they're not, but if it wasn't that bad, why would they kick you out? We had to see both sides, right? Like, we can't just take your word for it, okay? Welcome, you Mystic, the Piojo. Anybody? Roller rinks I have been to was never that strict. I believe this must be a more smaller town, and the main part is that, what did you learn? Did your ego get hurt? Right? Because remember, every business, they have the right to refuse business. Right? And if you dressing like that, I guess you don't have to go back. That's what you learn about that roller rink. But if you go back and you still wearing a crop top, you're just gonna get kicked out again, and you're gonna be on the list of the resistance. We have the right to be refused. Savannah, Georgia. Shout out to Georgia. Yeah, because you can't skate with it. Yeah, because the thing is, when we become attached to people hurting our feeling, they don't let me in because it's like guys who don't get in the club for being a guy. Are we gonna get our feelings hurt because they let all the girls in the clubs while the guys freeze their asses outside? Right? Are we gonna get our butt hurt because we don't want to tip the bouncer $20 to get in? Right? That's how the club's full. To get in, you gotta, right? You have to learn. Is that fair? Girls get in free, guys have to pay $40 to get in? Life's not fair, right? Now, this is back in the days. I never paid for anything like that. I just went with people who knew the bouncers. I just went in with people who knew the bouncers. And, I didn't think I was that. I knew I was not special at that, You think they want more guys to buy girls' drinks. Well, the guys in there are already buying girls' drinks, so it makes the club more hot, right? Because why the guy would just buy a bottle? That's way more than just buying a drink, right? $200 a bottle. There used to be, Mystic Anantag says, there used to be something in the club was like this. If a dude has a girlfriend, he would get half price, but the single people would not get full price. And if you are under 21, you would pay double that. $10 for 21 and up, $20 for under 21. I used to go to the clubs too much. How about that? Literally, I used to go to the clubs 4 times a week at one point. And I used to go to the karaoke bar 4 times a week because in the Matrix. I was caught up in the damn Matrix. When you're in the damn Matrix, you do a bunch of dumb shit. I was buying people drinks and going... Like, what was I doing? Imagine what I was doing with my life. Just working and going to the karaoke bar. That's what I did for like 3 years. Holy. Exactly. It's fun, instant gratification shit. You buy a drink, you drink it, you get buzzed. That's what most people want. They just want some kind of buzz, right? You get a kill cam, you get a buzz from that. Right? When you swipe on Tinder, you get a match. That's a buzz. We're just all looking for a little buzz. But are we truly happy? Hell no. But is anybody gonna say this shit? No, because then we would actually have to change. Let's just all chase buzz. Right? Try to holler at girls, or try to get it in, or try to, maybe get some weed, get a little buzz from that. That's not enough. Play Call of Duty. That's not enough. You find some girl or some guy to smoke weed with, you get a buzz. Right? Because we're all just looking for some short-term happiness because we don't know what the long-term shit is. Because the long-term shit takes years to get to. So instead, we look for that dumb stuff, fun moment. DSFM. The Buzz Lightyear. Exactly. Mystic Anand says, I feel like when you are drunk, makes you unaware of your actions. That's why people go to the bar. So you have more chance to hook up. Because when you're drunk, everybody look beautiful. okay, not everybody. I mean, that's unfortunate, but most people are like, okay, you don't see the detail because you're too drunk. And that's how you like, that's why people go to the bar, because the line gets blurred, your standards lower because your mind is not sharp. Right? Here's the crazy part, my friends. When I was 18, I went to the Roxy, which is closed down. I met people were going into the club. The youngest girl I met at the club was 15 years old. Drinking and shit. That's normal. That's normal, you know? So all the people that are effed up, the young people are effed up, older people, it's normal than you think about that. Okay, the amount of kids doing ecstasy and mollies now, going to EDM festivals, that is more normal than you think. I know you don't see it, but I do. Okay, I do. But they don't want to say it because people get in trouble. I mean, people die at EDM concerts. That's a normal thing. People overdose at an EDM concert. That's absolutely normal. Right? That's absolutely normal. The only thing that, the only reason Astro was on there is because of the amount of media, the amount of video, the amount of outrage, right? The amount, right? That's why it was popular. But most of the, of course, the music's not gonna stop because that's their money. You think they give a shit about you? They do, but they care about, right? They have medical people there, yeah. But people go to do drugs. And some people just go overboard, unfortunately. Like alcohol. People drink and drive. Like, that's a normal thing that kills more people than most shit. Drunk driving kills more people. Like, a car accident kills you more than, like, most things. And everyone knows this shit. But it's legal. The illegal stuff is small. So when they start to legalize weed and stuff, just imagine. Like, sometimes, right? Like, some people are just too high to drive. Do you think they're gonna stop driving? Hell no. Some people are too drunk to drive. They should not, right? Drink responsibly, my ass. The system preys on our ignorance. And even the jail system makes money. That's why every prison needs to be full all the time, because in every cell, they make money from the state. That's how effed up the damn system is. The more people that are incarcerated is a business. But now I'm grateful, yeah, because, you know, some people need to be in there, but a lot of people, they need help. But help requires effort. It's easier to just throw people in jail, unfortunately. And that's part of karma. Okay? That's just your damn karma, okay? If this lifetime, but that's why I'm doing my part, so that you don't end up drunk driving, doing crazy shit. Because I care about people. I care about the people in jail. I care about people's children. I care about people's mental health. Now my duty, my calling is not in jail, but I want to do my part in preventing you from getting there, right? And helping you ground your energy and be more positive. We all have to do our part. Now, I've been blessed, right? I got stopped by a cop with weed on me, but the amount of weed was too little for me to even go to jail. And so they just let me go because I told him I was scared. And this is me 7 years ago, maybe 7 years ago. Because they smelled it, because I was smoking some stinky, I think it was, at that time I was smoking this thing called Afghan Kush, and it was just really strong smelling. So I got stopped because my tail light was not fully functioning, so it would turn on and off from time to time. And at that time it was, I got stopped. And that's when I got the sign from the universe to stop smoking that shit. Why? Because I still have good karma. I still have good merits. I still got credit in my spiritual bank account. So prisons from where I'm called is called healthcare for the criminally minded. I've heard stories of people, they're happier in jail because they have they get that there's always food. Some people, their life becomes better in jail. Imagine that. Crazy, right? But hey, we're all just doing the best that we can, and that's why we need to help each other. That's why we need to help each other. So that we can, show each other a path of happiness. Cosmic Mystic Anand says, Cosmic on a speed chase while high on Afghan Kush. Nah. I drove fast a lot, but I never thought of driving. I thought it would be fun to try to outrun police. And I used to have a lot of nightmares about it, just like getting chased. So it was unhealthy. Because I was just running from my own unhappiness. I would have a lot of nightmares about being at work. I would dream I would be taking orders, but I'm effing up the orders. And that's when I realized I need to I need to deal with some shit, Yeah, I used to be a ricer, man. I think once you're a ricer, you never unrice. You're just into the JDM shit. I grew up looking at drifting and JDM option and looking at Japanese car forums, and I would just go to the Japanese websites. I would get all the dope pictures, and then I would post it on the American site, and I would literally do research for people because I was so into cars that I would help them find body kits for their car from Japan, and then they would actually buy it from Japan. So I'm definitely into JDM culture, but I'm into helping people culture a lot more, which is just, I'm into helping people. If you haven't followed me on the every live stream is on Spotify, okay? So follow on Spotify. I also have music on Spotify now. I have music on Spotify. I don't know, let me see. DistroKid. It's there. I go by Cosmic like that on Spotify. You see the O is crossed out, be nothing. So I have 2 songs on Spotify, but I'm planning to put more spiritual music. more spiritual music, because I believe that's like, I just need to put the basics first, like the Guardian song, the Be in the Now, and just slow music that's progression, like that slowly gets faster, right? Welcoming Mystic Jimmy. Back to Reddit. So, the last thing we read was somebody got kicked out of the roller rink for wearing a crop top. Okay. Have a good night, Mystic Slither Magic. Yeah, if y'all need to sleep, just go to sleep, people. Is she here? Ooh. How should I treat a relative that has gone to prison twice for domestic violence? Whoa. Right, that's a... I'm not sure we're ready to dive. Okay, let's just touch on it. Boundaries and honesty. Some families you need to have a distance with them. Right? Just like any family are just also people who got baggage. And if they've gone to prison twice, I would stay the hell away from them lovingly. Like, be hopeful in them and be honest to them. Because when you're family, they'll take you more seriously. But before you can help somebody who has gone to prison twice, right, for domestic violence, you need to master yourself first before you deal with somebody like that, because you will get pulled into some shit. Okay? That's really ignorance. They just don't know better. In that case right there, meditation would help that person. If you can get that kind of person to meditate, they will start to see their own action deeply. But to get that person to meditate, you gotta meditate your damn self first, you know? How do I get over being upset that my ex acts completely different with her new partner? How do I get over being upset that my ex acts completely different with her new partner? You're upset because you don't love your damn self. She used to make fun of me. This is on Reddit. She used to make fun of me when I would try to be cute or affectionate, and she basically bullied it out of me. She hated PDA. The issue is you, man. The issue is you. This is like, that's why I love this is reddit.com/r/advice. Okay, this is what mainstream consciousness who, like, they're still dealing with this shit, which is most people, you know. I like Reddit because it's free, but it's also free with ignorant people who just aren't informed. And that's just called people. So that's why I'm using it to show you what's going on in there. Because when we're in here, you already know, love your damn self, be with yourself. But the people, my girlfriend killed my motivation to draw by OK Resource. I'm not a professional at drawing. I'm new at it, but I was trying really hard to draw a decent human. Thinking I was doing good, and I decided to progress. I decided to take a progress photo and send it to my Jia. She has experience drawing, and I was wondering if she would have any tips. All she did was laugh at it and said it was bad. It did make me self-conscious when she laughed at it. And all she did, and she said that the portions are off and laughed at it more. It's valid criticism, but it did hurt. No, well, this is legit. This is a legit thing. It's not like such a crazy troll story, you know. It's straight to the point. It's like when I first started being positive and shit, everyone judged me for meditating, and my mom judged me for, well, they didn't know better. They don't know, because some people don't know how to be supportive. Some people just don't know how to be supportive because they weren't taught to be supportive. At least he tried to see it as valid criticism, but she didn't need to laugh. I suck, but occasionally do things well. Yeah, and sometimes we just do that because we're comfortable with the person we're with, that we don't know we're hurting them. Like, cause sometimes you're just being yourself and you're laughing at people, but instead of voicing, hey, look, you're hurting my feelings and shit. So instead they come to freaking Reddit, right? At least there's a place for people to have an outlet. And literally that's why people come to this stream. Like, that's why we're all here, because we need to release and have a connection and help each other figure some shit out. So that's why I'm also looking on Reddit. Okay, let me see what we got here. Reddit is good. Mystic Anand Thug Life says, Reddit is good when you have an issue on your PC. Reddit is always there to help. After you do what Reddit says, your PC ends up on fire. Hey. Mystic Downward Socks, I suck. Okay. But occasionally do things well. Mystic Jenny says she could have criticized, but come from a loving place. It's possible. And when you're starting something new and somebody judges you, you either give up or you just keep going, right? Imagine comedians who suck and get booed off stage. Like, you hear those stories a lot. Right. Like, when I first started doing card readings on here, people would judge me a lot too. Like, you stop bullshitting and he just making shit up. Because I was. That's how card reading works. But I didn't know how to deal with that in the beginning, right? Like, helping people, you're literally, like, I'm just always making shit up. But it's just from the heart. I don't use, it just flows out. Mystic Anand says, Mystic Anand 011 says, she could have at least offered tips instead of just saying he's bad at it. She said things were disproportionate, but also wasn't practical, which is how people raise their children. Right? People, like my mom, like when I was a kid, my parents would come home complaining, but they wouldn't like show us by example in a nice way. Like, you would come in here, and the reason why I'm like this, because I grew up not having like somebody like show me the nice way. Now some things, but eventually they didn't know how to deal with me, and they just, I was just a lot to deal with. And they were just busy working and shit. Mystic Anand Thug Life says, my brother thinks what worked for him works for me. This makes me mad. Brothers have no clue what is going on in my life, but they think what worked for them would. That's so normal. That's just what family do, right? Like, I'm Asian, but I don't give a shit. Like, the stereotypes about Asian being smart, my parents wanted me to have that damn stereotype and just be an engineer. Now, I did want to, but I didn't have the grades to at that time, and I just was looking to please my parents. I didn't want to be an engineer. I just want to make them happy. Right? Mystic Jenny says, I think I understand a little because I got made fun of growing up and in my early 20s. Oh, I got made fun of a lot too. A lot. That's why I'm myself today. Because growing up, I hated my childhood. How about that? I did not like my childhood, especially once I moved to America at the age of 7. I just got picked on everywhere. You're a cosmic engineer. I just, everything I did, somebody was always judging, and my parents, my sister was always, and I just thought, man, life sucks. I know I wasn't suicidal, but I just believed that I was gonna die young. So I had a detrimental mindset and a just giving up mindset. And at this thought, no matter what I do, I just never thought I was good enough. All right. Until I had an awakening and until I got heartbroken really bad. And that's what caused the shift. Because I didn't die from drug overdose, I'm here. I never thought you were BS. I always seen you as a genuine person who's trying to help. Mystic Anand says, Cosmic, same thing that happened to me. I would get hit so much times and don't do that. But my parents and brothers never told me why, the reason, so I never understood it and keep doing the same things. Mystic Anand 011 says, family can be your biggest motivator or your biggest hater. They help you grow so much. They help you grow so much, your family, because that's what they're there for, right? To help you grow. Now, sometimes they help you grow in a positive or negative way. But at least there's growth there, so. Oh, the light's about to all go off. Okay, well, it looks like we're reaching the 5-hour line in here. Mystic Jenny says, same, I always wish I could change my childhood. It was dark, but then I wouldn't be here today. Exactly. If I didn't go through a bunch of shit in my childhood, I don't think I'll ever get here. It's the baggage that helps us grow, right? It's the... Unfortunately, but that's just reality. Life is suffering, but luckily there are solutions to it. There are solutions to suffering. Yeah, 10 more minutes to an hour. But if we can help each other ease our suffering, that's why I do what I do. Because I've gone through hell, I want to help somebody ease the hell. I want to help you ease your pain. I want to help you, because helping you, it makes me feel like I'm helping me too, because it's giving me purpose. Because when you help yourself, you're like, okay, I got this. But I know that many people don't need that support, And what I love is that this community is supportive, and we're having conversations that help people. I hope you like today's edition of bringing the Reddit advice. If you like, we can also switch back and forth from Reddit advice and Reddit spirituality, because some people ask spiritual questions. But I think the advice makes us more grounded because it's more practical. The spiritual part a lot of times is too philosophical that it's not practical. Like knowing about like philosophy and stuff, it helps you expand your mind, but sometimes you just need to learn how to be happy. Like you just need to hear everyday people shit, Because when you hear everyday, because that's the practical work, helping people not drink and drive, that's more important. And if that leads to meditation, great. But knowledge that's practical to help people understand why pornography is unhealthy, right? Exactly, the advice is what and that helps people more. Because if we're just dealing with philosophical stuff and talking about astrology, I mean, some people need the astrology. That's just not my field. Some people need science. I just choose to not, that's not my field. Some people need more ASMR. This makes me feel more happy. Why? Because I can just be me, but also find a balance between cosmic and Morpheus. So I'll switch roles. Right. Welcoming Mystic DJ Tangent. Yeah, we're at the end of it, man. We've been up in here for a while. We took one restroom break. Welcoming Mystic Meg Jagger. Mystic Anand says, same. I don't think I would have a mind to process information as I do now. Back then, I did not question or care, but from suffering, it started to make me question makes me question and think more than I used to. Suffering helps us to become more emotional. So when you go through shit as a younger person, when you go through shit in general, it makes your heart hurt and more sensitive to things. So when your life sucks, you're more emotional, you're more sensitive. And then when you learn how to use your emotional heart and be strong, then you can learn. That's why your bullshit detector, people who gone through shit, your bullshit detector is real good. Because you've gone through some shit and you're like, oh, bullshit, don't hang out with that shit. Welcoming Mystic No Future. Mystic Mr. Moose says, the man who makes everything that leads to happiness depends upon himself and not upon other men, has adopted the very best plan for living happily. But when Mystic Ananta Life says, that's so true, now I can detect BS. But just because you detect people's BS does not mean you know how to have boundaries. That's called masculine energy. There's a lot of people who they call themselves, I'm an empath. Yes, but you also need to learn how to have boundaries. Just because you're emotional and shit, you need to learn the yin and the yang. Being empathic is more of a yin quality, and learning to use your voice from your empathic skills is saying, hey, look, I love you and all, stop bullshitting. That's what many empathic people and all the people that are stay hard, right? The people who are like into mass, you need to learn how to be more emotional, how to open up and learn to receive love. Okay, so all the guys who are insecure with love need to love the damn self, and girls too, and people. Or instead of looking for some girl to fill your cup, fill your own mother effing cup. So whenever she dumps you, then you won't need a card reading. You'll know to love your damn self. If she dumps you. If she don't dump you, I hope you stay together forever. And maybe you'll still get a divorce. Or I hope you don't get a divorce, but hey, shit happens. And if that happens, you'll remember, oh yeah, I should love my mother effing self. Did you listen? No. But sometimes, to open our heart and mind, we gotta go through some shit. And luckily, the Mystic Village is here to stay. And we have the Bio Hut doing good work. We have Mystic Cosmic Carly. We got Mystic Broomstick. We got Mystic Granny Savage. And some people in the beginning, they looked like they were gonna do good work, but they just do the work for the damn money. If you're here, it's okay to be here for the money, but don't make that your primary thing, because that's a sellout. It's like an artist who works for money. Primarily, they lose. Like once they get the money, they lose their creativity, right? But when you do it from love, you become legendary. And the thing is, we can respect that. Some people, all they want is money. But then behind closed doors, what are they doing? Drugs and shit. I mean, how many times Lil Wayne overdosed on drugs already? You know? How many Cartier watches do people need? How many Lamborghinis did Mayweather need, right? Shit. Why his son is addicted to smoking weed all day, and instead of finding purpose, he just smoked weed all. He openly says that my son just loves smoking weed all day. Is that success? You know what I mean? You have all the money in the world, but your son just smokes weed all day. Like what? No, we respect his work and his work ethic. You know what I mean? Yeah, people only listen. And the thing is, we just do our part. When we have dug ourselves into a hole before, and we've managed to get out. Most of us. Yeah, some of us still in that hole. Okay, but once we figure it out, right, we're like, hey, the secret to getting out of that hole, here's the cheat code. Up, down, left, right, LYDS. LR, and you press start and select at the same time at the end. And then you do a meal. That's why you gotta make this shit fun. That's why I'm weird. That's why I have to be in this sternness and speaking at this. Guess what? I'm willing to try any. Today I drank coffee before the stream. To make this moment happen, it required me getting out of my comfort zone. I drank coffee today before the stream. Why? Whatever it takes to help people, I'm gonna do. But I gotta love my damn self first, you know. You know what I'm saying? It took me getting lost to find myself. I still have a lot to learn. I start rollerblading to exercise more, and I like it. I love it. I love rollerblading in nature. Oh yeah, rollerblading, and then see in a, like a nice trail. Oh yeah. Why? Because after I finish my Amazon deliveries, I could be like on some outskirt town 40 minutes away from my house. And instead of just driving to the gym, I drove to the closest trail that I could rollerblade in, and I got lost. I got lost at the trail because it's my first time on it. That was a 40-minute detour because I didn't exit at the right exit, and then I passed it and I was like, wait a minute, I don't remember seeing this shit. And I'm like, I'm tired, I need to sit down and break. Okay, look at Google Maps, use technology, okay, find my right way. But I gotta work out. Looks like the cost was you need to lose weight. I'm like, I get the message. I'm trying. So I bought more salad, and I just need to cut out the sugary drinks. Like, I mean, I've been cutting out pretty good. It's just more just keep working. I'm just starting, so you know, we don't. It takes time, right? I got the rollerblade with 3 wheels. And so it's a bigger wheel. It's 110 millimeter. So when you go over bumps, you good. You good. Yeah. So if you in H-Town, you want a rollerblade, do it. Do it. Okay, let's see here. Okay, Biohut is on, man. Let's rate the Biohut, man. Gotta show the Biohut some love, man. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. Thank you everybody for tonight. I hope you like the vibe that I'm going at right now. I do card readings when you need to, but most of the time, all right, we're gonna stay engaged like this. Can you believe Mystic Lady Jenny is a 19-month subscriber already? Holy. Oh, yeah, okay. Raid Bio Hut. There we go. And thank you everybody for the engaging. I hope you enjoyed the vibes today. When you jump in there, love your damn self and just do 3 cosmic hammers. Bam. Here we go. Copy and paste this. Okay, bam. Okay, love your damn self. We're about to raid soon. Yeah, man. And I hope you have a wonderful night. Namaste. Thank you.